Hello everybody and welcome to the final round of your Simraceway Off-Road and Touring Championship for 2015. We visit the tropical paradise known as one of our brand new circuits here in Simraceway. We cannot wait to see what the drivers in the 500 to 900 Skillquant have got for us today. We're very aware that Tropical Island is a bit of a task indeed. It's very unique, and with $1,000 worth of prize falling on the line, it's going to be exciting as an understatement to see what happens here today. The championship standings currently on the screen provisionally. These are unofficial, but as you can see, it's Rob Nitro that has taken a real storm to the championship. 132 points, 20 clear from the SDEV crew. 3 of them behind their Lascias Sierra and Master Rocco. Sierra 28 is there all now, and this race goes through into the night. Of course, you've got Kobayashi in 5th, Tiptoe in P6, coming off the touring car round last weekend. It was a thriller to say the least, and a true fulfillment to why Tom Coronel is such a heralded hero here in Simraceway. That was some of the best touring car racing I've ever witnessed, and now we go into the warm-up session now. So the drivers with a little bit of an aim now just to get themselves all sorted for the race. But take a look at how things lined up in the 15-minute practice. We had Sierra 28 at the top, Lasciat in 2nd, 01 3rd, Majimus P4, Kobayashi 5th, NASCAR Fan in 6th, Yardstick 7th, Chaos in 8th place, Rob Nitro 10th, Agnelis just behind him. We've got Tiptoe in 11th, 1.7 Petrol and Molnar, your 2 final drivers there. But if you haven't driven this track before, yes, it's on the cliff side, yes, it's risky, and if you fall off though, there is a second chance. It almost becomes a bit of a race of champions circuit, as you can fall onto the beach, guide your way back up onto the cliffside again. That invulnerability, basically what it is, can come into real effect here. We've seen some great action in the first race of the afternoon, and so if you're going to get better from here on out, drivers to watch out for, definitely Molinari. You've seen it before. He's 44 points currently in his first competitive season of sim racing, so he sits 16th ahead of SDEV Yardstick. But one man who's really going to be trying to make a charge is Sierra 28, 104 points, just 8 away from his teammate Lasciat. He would love to get himself right at the top of the standings to win the race and see what he can do during this final event of the season. Bearing in mind as well that, you know, there's still some quite nifty points up for grabs. It's 70 points for a race victory, so you can still technically come away with a championship win. Anyone can, almost as far back down the order as about Supercar 1 above, so maybe WTTN M1 is about the order. So yeah, WTTN in 7th can still technically come away with a win, but it's going to be close. Anyone can still win this championship. It's been close throughout. We've seen some really shocking results as well. Drivers maybe falling down the order when we thought they should win. Pole position does not mean everything. It does not guarantee success, and that is very much the same here as well. So going to be a few underdogs to watch out for. My prediction for this one though, I think it's going to be an SDEV victory. Will it be an SDEV championship? Is yet to find out. Rob Nitro can dictate his own fate in this one here at Tropical Island. The question is, will he be leaving with a few cocktails by the seaside, or will he be stranded, hoping that it doesn't turn out like the film Castaway? Let's find out very shortly as we head into race 3 of your Off-Road and Touring Championship. Hello everybody and welcome to a very special Simraceway event here from the gorgeous tropical island circuit. Look at the view, stunning seaside, a daunting cliffside and the sands here just outside of the Pitcairn Islands. My name's Liam Jenkins, calling all of the action for you for the final round of your Off-Road and Touring Championship. A full grid awaits Volkswagen Touring roar around in the spirit of the Dakar Rally. Will it be a Rob Nitro Championship? Will SDEV take the fight as Rob's down in 11th? Here we go then. The Touring launch away down in towards a very tricky first corner. Of course, there's no real apexes here, no curbing to keep you on the circuit. It's very much a driver and Steve sort of track in. It'll be the contact in the midfield with Chaos. And they're making their way into the cliffs. He's got one Touareg off at the back already. And then, of course, losing control of the Touareg through the air. It can get a bit messy at the start. The car with Bostel's Lashias and Master Rocco, two SDEV cars off. Restarts on the way and the yellow flag's out. We'll be back with you in just a second to see how this one unfolds. Okay, so the driver's still trying to adjust into race mode. I think it's very difficult with grip being such an issue. These Volkswagens designed to tear around this sort of environment. It's really a playground for the drivers, but it can get a little bit rough at times. Same way as a dodgeball, a game of dodgeball in the playground can get a little bit rough. It's very risky to start with. It's a very tight first couple of corners as you start to go into the mountain. But the championship leader in 11th, all of his rivals near the top of the field. It's Sierra 28 on the outside, but shut 0-1 on pole position. William Taylor, he's had a terrible start. Just ripped it for him already. On the inside, over the first jump they go. It is Kobayashi in the lead of the race. He said last weekend to watch out for him in the touring car round. This might be well be his home Leicester circuit. He's flying here just outside the Pitcairn Islands. Into the off-road for the first proper time today, into the cliffside. And look at the flurry of Touaregs now trying to adjust to the grip, mounting the grass front one anyway to overtake their opponents. It's almost like a rally stage, and drivers trying to mount the side there. SUV Tipso is dragging the life out of the thing, and Magnum spins it on the way up. I think there was contact with Tipso. That's going to be a real issue. He's right at the front of the field. Most drivers get through okay. Molinari has a gentle kiss with the cliffside there, and this is where things get so intense. You're running on the edge here. It's a very thin line between success and taking the beach route all the way up to the next part of the circuit. Kobayashi doing well to hold his line shut, following Lashias right up behind him in third. Championship at stake. The SDEV boys need a good run. They are third, fourth and fifth. The championship leader, Rob Nitro, is up to 10th. He's had one good position gain so far. He's approaching the break part of the circuit. Now down into the right hand, the Chaos X is 9th place, just ahead of him with Bamco Escape Man. How narrow this circuit again is a jump start, not leading the drivers right now. They're making their way through, and Rob Nitro cannot get any closer. The circuit is rising in front of him by Bamco. Nothing to avoid it there. As these drivers give 120%. Maximus on the inside of yardstick does not bode well for the SDEV driver. He cannot afford to get a bit complacent as WTTL M1 also rips a position for him now to the outside. We've got another 8.5 laps. We're trying to absolutely blown away at the moment. No one's had to take the beach road just yet. Good news and even better news for Kobayashi, but it could be getting a bit sour soon. Shut 0-1 overtakes Lashley, not the news. The man who's third in his championship wants to head back onto the beach for the end of lap number 1. Kobayashi's at lead with Shut 0-1 in second. It's Lashias in third position currently, but what an opening lap that truly was. That was absolutely marvellous. We'll see how the other drivers can fare as they make their way back onto the off-road section of the circuit again. It's been manic so far and it's only going to get better from here. Thank you to everyone watching in the comments on the YouTube channel. Be sure to get involved. Down the order, he's still got bit of intrigue there as Rob Nitro now jumps up to 8th place, so he's charging through the field. He feels, as we said before, it's his championship to lose. He's got a lot of defensive work to bury himself with here today. He's not exactly got the easy race. Very much adjusting to our Jensen Button 2009 championship drive. Got a bit mixed up there after watching the Daytona 24 for a bit too long, but Rob Nitro in 8th place having to really move up the order as soon as he possibly can. Meanwhile, at the very top of the order, it's Kobayashi's race to lose while it's Rob Nitro's championship. He still leads from Shut by about 0.4 of a second. We've got Lashias then, currently in P3. Very up close and personal right now. It's getting a little bit intense, isn't it? Through the hairpin, still no one taking that invulnerable beach route just yet. Almost a bit of a moment there for Dennis. Drop down to what I'm presuming will be P12. Yeah, P12. WTTM1 and Yardstick both overtake. NASCAR 88 fan Molnar almost loses the Torag onto the beach there and back down onto the dunes, but he's been very fortunate. He's still going in a straight line. He's still keeping it on that cliff edge. I'm sure someone's going to opt to take it very soon. It's almost like the Joker lap, isn't it, for anyone who watches Rallycross? The driver eventually is going to end up at some point down there, but I'm really hoping not to. He's doing extremely well at the moment, it's got to be said. After that, starting to drop back a little bit. He's nowhere near as aggressive as the two protagonists in front of him. Shut 0-1. He's actually taking every bit of turning, every bit of banking, any bit of levolution they can take. These drivers are all over it, flinging the Torag around and over the final corner again. Lap number 2 is 9, and it's still Kobayashi the lead with Shut 0-1 leading down his neck. Lashias becoming much more of a distant threat with Tiptoe P4, Sierra 5th and Master Rocco in 6th. Look at that, SDEV from 3rd to 6th. With Chaos in 7th, Rob Nitro in 8th. He's still got quite a bit of work to do. Chaos there with a 2:19.6. For the championship leader, it's a 2:18.6, so he's a second quicker that lap than the man he's chasing, but he is 7 seconds in front at the moment, so there is a huge ladder to climb here for Rob Nitro. I'll be praying that he can get there. Prediction there from Alex Eugen saying Lashias maybe wins this championship. He's 3rd, Rob Nitro's 8th. It's a very good point, and life's not looking too good for Rob Nitro either, because Maximus is all over the back of him. It's the last thing the championship leader needs, as Maximus is begging for a way through. He's got to the inside. Rob Nitro covers it for now, but it's a scary place to be for a championship leader at the moment. Not looking good, is it? He needs a bit of luck. And we've got Tiptoe off onto the beach. The first man to ride along the beach dunes here today. It's got to be Tiptoe, and we'll see how much it's affected his race. It's the first chance we're getting to see just how dividend this beach run really is. So Tiptoe going under the cliffside. Of course, it's a much wider route to take. You do get the inside for the most part, but at the end of the day, you've got drivers behind you who really don't want overtaking you, and Rob Nitro just happens to be one of them. He's still 8th at the moment, and he's still pretty much a distant threat, but my goodness me. McGann Bowl saying Chaos is clearly going to win this, and he may well do. He's currently P6, he is gaining on the car in front. Master Rocco is falling behind just a little here. So as we say, be sure to leave your predictions and all your comments in the social media forums, whether that's on Twitter at Simraceway, in the YouTube comments, or the Simraceway chat. I'll be sure to read as many of them out and interact with you guys as much as I can throughout the afternoon. Chaos starts to get a bit close now to Master Rocco, our race leader again through that final part of the circuit. He's losing a lot of time here to shut 0-1, and what an event is B to start 2015, and Shut takes way too much banking through there. He's rolled the Toro. Not good news at all, and the underdog may well have just been a bit too overzealous. Into the final turn, he rode as high as he could. That little Toro was trying everything to throw its weight around. I think he just threw too much, and the dinner has landed all over the kitchen floor. Shut now down to P7. Rob Nitro, more importantly, is up to 6th place, one space outside the top 5. It's not looking good now for the race leader. Rob Nitro clawing his way back through as he approaches the halfway stage. Shut 0-1, vying for any way possible to get through. And this could well be an intense fight as well, bearing in mind that Shut is going to want to be recovering frantically, and he's going to have to do a bit more than that because he's just rolled it again, isn't he? Yeah, so just going up through turn number 4, and he's just maybe tried a little bit too hard there, but what a moment this is. What an absolute brilliant race this has become so far. Tiptoe struggling in 8th, has collided with the outside wall, and that may now allow him to get through just a tad easier. Rob Nitro P6 still, with Chaos battling Master Rocco. It is a dream scenario for the championship protagonist. Currently 2 Torags ahead, battling almost side by side on one of the narrowest circuits Simraceway has ever seen. I've never seen Simraceway do an event like this. We said 2015 would be big. We said 2015 would be special. I didn't realise it would be this special. This is absolutely brilliant stuff from all of our championship protagonists here today. The sky getting just a little bit darker here at Tropical Island. The sea starting to get a bit calmer. The waves aren't quite crashing against the shore side. But Chaos is definitely crashing the hopes of Master Rocco, because he's all over the back of the SDEV driver right now. This is absolutely brilliant. What an event it's been so far. We'll quickly run you through the order as it stands. It's Kobayashi that leads, with Lashias second. Third is Sierra 28. Fourth, Master Rocco, but only just from Chaos. Rob Nitro P6. 7th, Maximus. 8th, Tiptoe. 9th, Nellis. 10th, WTTN M1. Shut is down to 11th, from the man who started on pole position, now down right to the rear end of the field. It's not been a successful race as we approach the halfway mark. NASCAR in 12th, Molnar 13th, and Yardstick rounds out your 14-car field. So still no retirements just yet. This has been brilliant so far. If you haven't got involved with Simraceway yet, this is definitely the time to do it, isn't it? Absolutely remarkable. Lashias, Sierra and Master Rocco 2nd, 3rd and 4th at the moment. Rob Nitro is in at P6, Maximus P7, Tiptoe's in 8th, Nellis is in P9, but WTTNN rounds out the top 10 at the moment. As we take a moment to just slow down a moment, things have all just taken a nice step back, kind of, as we say, kind of, because one thing that has happened since Shut despise almost, it's allowed Lashias to really gain on Kobayashi and of course move up a position, which on the surface may not seem like the deepest of threats, but Lashias at the end of the day is a championship protagonist. He's not that far away from Rob Nitro in the standings, and with Rob struggling still down in 7th place at the moment, every place gain is a massive chance here to capitalise on Rob. He started in P11, he's now up to 7. A long way to go here if he wants to have any chance of holding on to the championship crowd. But what an event this is turning out to be. Rob Nitro still having to hold on a bit. He's got past Maximus, so he is inside the top 6, but Maximus with a bit of a nudge, and that's a very risky place to find himself being gently nudged, isn't it? Right on the edge of the cliffside. You can almost hear the stones falling off the edges. The cars make a move, and Rob Nitro gets a huge grant of luck as his main protagonist just falls off the edge there. A real shame. Maximus onto the beach route, and he's got to finish this lap so far down the order. He's going to climb his way back onto the cliffside once again, and look at what it's cost him. Rob Nitro is now so far ahead. He's down to 9th now, Maximus. A real shame there, just pushing a bit too hard. Chaos still attacking Master Rocco as we come towards the end of yet another lap here at Tropical Island. The best news is we've still got 2 more races for you after the end of this one. But this is just sensational at the moment. Nothing short of sensational. Let's just see who's going to really be making the impact next. I've got a feeling it may be Chaos trying to break into the top 4. Can he get to the inside of turn number 1? He's going to chance it, isn't he? He's going to try his luck at the table, but he may have just come away with a big prize at roulette because Chaos is into 4th. No fight from the SDEV driver. And the inhabitants of the ferry there just going for a nice little drive. That luxury boat have just had a great view of that very aggressive Volkswagen Touareg moving up into 4th position. Question is, can Chaos hold it? It's a big move. He is 40 seconds away from the race leader. Still plenty of time to go though here at Tropical Island. The race lead still very much going to be almost contested. But Sierra's off! Sierra, the race leader, is off! Sierra took the lead from Kobayashi and is now struggling. Unless, well, he's on the outside. Now, I'm not too sure if he did take the lead, but that's what my timing was telling me. Either way, he's on the beach and the SDEV driver will be shaking his head inside the cockpit. The Kobayashi leads with Lashia still tucked up right behind him. Sierra now miles and miles adrift here. It's not looking good at all. What a battle for the race lead though. Kobayashi keeping Lashia very much behind him. But as things start to take, as you say, a bit of a colder, bit of a breezier toll here around the island. You've got to wonder for how much longer he's going to stay there. Lashia has been employing great offensive strategies and deploying even better mind games, it seems, doesn't it? He wants his championship and Kobayashi wants a victory. He can't get to the inside. It's almost like watching some World Rallycross. This is breathtaking. Now it's Rob Nitro, he is inside the top 5. Of course, Sierra taking almost what looked like the Joker lap after a bit of an error. He's now falling behind Rob, who's now into the top 4. So Rob 5 seconds away from Master Rocco, and this is coming crashing down now for Lashia. He's got to be aware. He's out of nowhere. What his little timing speed on the right. He's going to see Rob Nitro and P4. That's got to motivate him a bit, surely. 70 points for a race win here today. He needs a big jump up the order. He's going to get that, of course, is, I presume, overtaking Kobayashi. He's still on the outside there on the turf, and Lashias is throwing everything at it. Only 3 more laps to go, though, here at Tropical Island. And what 3 laps we've got left, though, it's going to be a real run to the flag. I think it's going to be a photo finish, no doubt about it. Now both Touaregs with their headlights on, and headlights mean they're actually on the roof. So I don't think it will be really a great idea to put the headlights where they are currently situated on the bumper. As Kobayashi does keep his head still very much on the ground at the moment. He's got himself in a very good position. He knows how to do this, he knows how to work. He's been in this position before, of course, don't forget. But is it just going to be enough to see him make his way toward victory lane or no? Lashias 1.4 seconds adrift currently. Master Rocco 3rd. 4th place is Rob Nitro. 5th, Sierra 28, breathing down his neck surely. There's really not long left for these drivers to make an impact, and with Rob Nitro doing the best he could from 11th, it's got to be said, he's driven like a champion. He deserves this championship, but Kobayashi deserves to win. No question in my mind at all. He's been absolutely impeccable here today. But is he going to come away with it though? Because sometimes you could be the most deserving man in the race and still not come away with a victory. Only time will tell. To the outside, Sierra there with a bit of a fumble, it seemed, as he hit into the wall, and it's not going to bode well for his championship hopes at all, is it? He's going to still come away with a win today. WTTNN is off. 14th position and sideways into the wall as the drivers approach their penultimate lap. Let's say that Kobayashi starts in then. 2 more laps to go for Kobayashi 10. They'll be able to make them very successful endeavours indeed. 2 seconds now separate himself and Lashias, who was about 8 tenths of a second quicker than the SDEV star last time round. There's a new kid on the block. It may as well be Kobayashi 10. He's driven fantastically here today. Boys in the chat cheering on their teammate, and rightly so. He can still come away with a win if he gets it. He's pretty much provisional champion, isn't it? Rob Nitro still in 4th, trying to keep away Sierra 28, and Sierra's going to be very much aware of what's going on at the front of the field. He's going to try and poise to be that rear gunner support. If he can put himself between Rob Nitro and the man fighting for the race lead, it's going to really impact this championship big time. And not only that, but every point matters. Take points away from Angon. What's that? No, going to third, and this is big news. Sierra's trying around the outside of Rob Nitro, clanging into the barriers in the wrong. My goodness me, it's all gone west. It's gone crazy, crazy stuff now. Chaos into 4th. Rob Nitro is down to 8th position. We've got another car off there. Tiptoe's gone off as well, and Rob Nitro's championship hopes have been shattered like a glass statue before his very eyes. Do not scratch your eyes. This is absolutely incredible. Sierra 28 is now 5th. Madua's up to 6th. Chaos has a chance of a podium. I'm not even sure what just happened. One car was off, and before you know it, everyone's gone under a blanket and come out completely reversed. This is absolutely unpredictable. You could not bet on this, and Chateau 1 meanwhile has had another trip off into the water again by the looks of it. Now unfortunately this isn't Olympic diving. If it was, he'd be a first place contender. And talking of first place, Lashias was provisionally in the lead for just a moment. It was taken away again. Kobayashi excellent on defending as per normal. And I think Kos was right, because a week ago he told me to get some water and Strepsils, get some cold sweet tablets inside because my voice is going to be ruined. We've still got 2 more races to go. I fear waking up tomorrow and only being able to whisper. Kobayashi is on course to win. Lasciato to take it away. Master Rocco is trying to take 3rd from Chaos, but Chaos inside the podium, so the rookie is inside the top 3. Yes, the EV pairing side by side. They want to rip it away from the underdog. They want to be the ones to yet again have 2 drivers inside the top 3 like they have done all season long. But it may not come to fruition today. Final lap of the race underway. Sierra 28 at the inside of his teammate. No contact made there. Master Rocco, a late addition to this race, replacing, I should say, I think it was 1.7. NASCAR 88 fan becomes our first retirement. Rob Nitro down in 8th position. Kobayashi still in the lead with Lashias throwing absolutely everything and more at him right now. They're side by side. Watch out for the beach road down below. Remember, awaits any driver who thinks they're bigger than the championship, bigger than the circuit. And they go for the move that's not going to pay off. Kobayashi trying to take the outside line. You can see it may not be the fastest, but it's the safest. It keeps him away from that cliff face, away from the beach, which would surely see him relinquish this race win to Lashias. It's smart defensive driving. You never see this sort of defensive driving where you're openly giving room to the man attacking you. But this circuit requires a different kind of mentality, doesn't it? And Lashias drifts through. And Kobayashi can't come back. He's trying to get the inside and he's lost it. Lashias is in the lead. Into the final moments of the race. Lashias in the lead. Kobayashi back up the inside again. It's going to surely be a photo finish. There's only a few corners to go, and Lashias may have just pulled off surprise of the season. With Rob Nitro down in 8th, surely it's not only the championship that time still delivered, but it's a race as well. And Lashias, under the most unlikely circumstances, over the start-finish line to win not only the final round of the championship, but the final. Well, the championship, oh, my voice has gone completely. Lashias wins the final race of the Offroad and Touring Championship and potentially the title alongside it. It may not be set in stone, but it's provisional. Lashias is your champion. Kobayashi 2nd, Chaos is 3rd, 4th place for Master Rocco, 5th Majima, 6th Brett Nellis. Rob Nitro recovers to 7th. It won't be enough. It will not be enough. 8th is Sierra 28, 9th is Tiptoe, Molnar is in 10th place, 11th Yardstick, 12th Shut 01, 13th NASCAR 88 fan retired along with WTCN 1. I can barely speak and we've still got another 2 races to go. I may have got a bit overexcited with this race, but that was absolutely incredible. What a way to of our season. I should have known better. You always say the Simraceway finales are often the most incredible of events. And we've just seen a new champion crowned in the most unlikely of circumstances. That was a true race for the ages and a sign of what's to come in 2015. Be sure to go get yourself rehydrated, get some food inside you. We've got 2 big races to come. It is the finale, the closer, the deciding round of the 900 to 1100 Skillquant. We'll see you shortly. So there's 2 down, 2 to go here in the Simraceway Off-Road and Touring Championship for 2015. We're now into the 900 to 1100 Skillquant. After a race which can only be described as throat ruining, we now move into the big boy stuff. It's going to be very intense to say the least. There's not really a lot of leverage here for anything short of exceptional racing. We've seen some of the best action here in Simraceway at the Tropical Island circuit. It's all going to get very intense very, very quickly. Taking a look how things were in the practice session. Andre Parser looked very good. Popo also looking very strong. SDEV John Daniels, the latest recruit, now up to 3rd position on a very strong run indeed. 4th place King Dio, the Dark Stig, P5 Malox was 6th, 7th was Lazarus, 8th place P8, 9th for Andy Bob, 10th for Darek, 11th for Doodle, 12th Clark, 13th for Linus, and 14th for Arrowsworth. And if you compare that to the grid you've seen on the screen recently, how the drivers are going to line up for this race, it does look just a little bit different, doesn't it? Things are going to be a little bit intense, aren't they? It's a championship to be decided. Bear in mind, everyone is looking a bit scared, a bit nervous. There's so much to be decided. The question is, who will be the main underdog here? Who's going to be the one to take the fight to the SDEV crew? Will Andre Parser go through yet again and remain victorious? Will there be a surprise? King Dio looks good. The Dark Stig also looking fairly good. Malox has also been incredibly consistent over the past few weeks. It'll be great to see what he's capable of here at this stage. Don't forget we've got Mr. PA as well, always consistent, never want to miss him at all. And then you've got Doodle, Clark 10. But my pick for this one, honestly, I'm probably going to go out on a limb and say that Andre Parser may well be in the driving seat to take a big victory. It's not guaranteed at all. There's still a lot of different factors here. And well, the last one I thought was a safe bet, and it did end up an SDEV victory, but in the most unlikely circumstances, Kobayashi almost turned it on its head completely after an entire race of leading. But I would say John Daniels may be in a place to get top 5 now. As we said, he's a very good racer. He's evolved a lot over the last 12 months, but he just never really got that complete package. He never really turned it around and become the complete racing driver. There's still a bit of inconsistency. So by joining the SDEV, the development team, which has taken many a driver under its wing, we may just see a different John Daniels out on circuit. So keep an eye on him. We're only going to find out which way this championship's going to go by one way, and that is to see the end of this warm-up session and the start of the race. So here we go then, the final round of your Simraceway Off-Road and Touring Championship about to get underway here at Tropical Island, also known as the Throat Ruiner. We're going to see a new champion crowned today. Andre Passer, the pole sitter, looked good in warm-up. He was fastest, but he's only taken 16 and 22 points from the first round. He'll be hoping for a full 70 here today. But a bit of a jump start at the back. It wouldn't surprise me if we do get a restart, or at least a bit of indiction towards the back of the field. Only time will tell, but they do lead down to the first corner. Andre Passer remains in control for now, with Popo unable to really challenge as they dive off into the cliffside for the opening time today. Still no contact as of yet, and this is where it normally ensues, that first real jump where the cars go airborne. Indeed it has. There should be a restart on the way, I think. Yeah, restart coming from the race admin. We'll see if all things can get calmed down in just a short while. Okay, so we're back again here at the tropical island beach. The sands and sea, you've got the beautiful sky that's going to transcend into darkness a bit later on, but it's going to be 3 red lights. So these boys are going to be keeping their eye on. Andre Passer looks head up first, eyes down, and the game is about to get a whole lot more exciting. A bit of a slow start from the pole sitter as Popo on the outside tries to punish him as they go down in towards the first corner. Popo took 30 points last time out at Brno in the touring cars, and he's to double that here today. Round the outside of the pole sitter, bit of argy-bargy, and he's hit something and spun completely. So Popo's race, after looking surprisingly promising for about 5 seconds, is now being restarted yet again. So here we go then, hopefully the 3rd time lucky for these drivers, and a 3rd shot for our main pole sitter, Andre Passer, to try and make something of his race start. So here we go then, the 5 red lights on the way. It's almost time to go racing for the final round of your Off-Road and Touring Championship, and away we go. Doodle 112 to the outside. He's desperately trying to get alongside and make some positions very, very early on. And in towards turn number 1. And now Doodle 12's actually gone very wide and completely gone off there. So Doodle 12's spun completely, as is Malox, one of our main tips we thought to watch earlier on. And everybody pouring through now towards the mountain for the first time, and no one really taking any disadvantage. We've got a spin back there belonging to Belinas, I think. And Pierre back on the outside, so Pierre makes a bit of ground. Malox still struggling, and no one taking the beat route just yet though, so everybody trying to get themselves on the outside. No one wants to be on the... Oh, we've got 2 off, so Aaron's worked in Clark. Both collided, almost knocked each other off completely. So not good news for those guys. They started to dice incredibly strongly indeed, and now find themselves down at least at the heart of the midfield between 6th and 7th, and that is a real shame. 5th is John Daniels. We said keep an eye on him. He's trying to cut the corner there, and that almost cost him with a run down onto the dune. He's overtaken the Dark Stick though. Now runs inside the top 4. We said to keep an eye on him. We may well have been right to take a look at exactly how he's done so far. He hasn't really entered this championship. It's his first round in this series. There's people like Lazarus 16 you want to be keeping an eye on. He's 9th overall. Solid run so far of 26 and 38 points. We're hoping for some more here today, but Andre Passer leads by 3 seconds at the moment, with Popo in 2nd, Lazarus P3. Look at John Daniels trying to keep the Dark Stig at bay. We've got King Dio just behind as well. Daniels to the inside there at the dark stick, and he's trying to retake it after provisionally losing it on the inside. We come towards the end of lap number 1. Kindayu there, P6 as well. P7, 8th is Direct, 9th is Doodle 12, Doodle 12 trying very best at the moment to stay with them. We've got Direct just ahead, Malop's recovering back inside the top 10. Almost drifting a bit there, isn't it? We've got another car gone wide and a bit wide. That was PA actually, so big shot there. He's one of the most consistent drivers in this championship. He's struggling now, and John Daniels has got a whole world of trouble dawning upon him with the dark stick, breathing all over him extremely heavily. He can't get himself to a good overtaking position. This is where things get risky. Now the road opens up. There's no cliffside to save you. Oh my goodness me! John Daniels hits the wall, rebounds off. No way he's saving that car in time and bounces into the seat. And we've got another car gone off just behind as well. It's Malok. So Malok's after escaping briefly into the top 7. He's now had all that progress unwound. He's back down the order again. So a lot more cars almost on their jokey laps here today. But as the drivers now towards the front of the field try to focus on avoiding the inside curbing. A very select few attempt to attack it. It doesn't really work out too well for them. The updated order about to come through very soon. Obviously we can't read it now as everyone moving up and down the order due to a couple of drivers taking the beach route. Those two being John Daniels and Malok. Is that another car we've had off there? I don't know. Oh, it is, yeah. Well, you got Malok as we said. And I believe there was another one just a moment ago. Maybe wrong though. He's just recovered back. But Doodle being overtaken there by Direct for 8th. That's those 3 drivers battling over P7. Andy Bob heads it up currently. Direct just behind. Then Doodle trying to keep with them for now. But Mr. PA again going a bit too wide. Everyone's struggling to keep themselves in the right frame of mind. But it's a very congested midfield. And it's not what really going to be aiming for this circuit. Even on a nice open road. Flying onto the main straight again to end lap number 2. There's still got another 12 to go. It's the last thing you want to be involved with a battle on a circuit this narrow. You want ideally to track to yourself so you can just carry on doing your own thing, attack the circuit, say much more conservative lines when you get towards the cliff face. And PA again they're going wide. He's already had a bit of trouble there today, hasn't he? At that first couple of corners, we may just see them have a couple more incidents. Direct doing his best to continue with Doodle 1-2. Just trying to composure ahead of them, breaking away from Direct and company. Andy Bob there in P6, still trying to apply a bit of pressure to King Dio. Although that can get a little bit messy as the drivers now once again make their way up through the clip face edge over the first jump, and it's always so tricky as you come flying over there. Just going to watch the entire field and see if anyone does make a slide. So the ferry now just into the background of your short, and I think that may have been a slight slide there for Dio. He's able to recover it quickly, but that cliff face is not even all the way along. It's very jagged, it's very rugged, and there are parts of it that stick out, so you can't take a very aggressive line to the inside. As John Daniels found out, he's now all the way down in P10, so the STEV driver that started well, almost off again. He was lucky the cliff extended out a bit there. That could have wreaked havoc, and Direct's gone from 9th. He was also now rolled down onto the beach. Not good news there for him. Another one bites the dust. Direct is not having a good time out there today. So he's really struggling. Dark Stig, I think, has encountered some latency issues in P4, which is something you never want to see, is it? Hopefully he can still recover nicely. Maybe push his way back through. But what an event this has been so far. Nothing short of sensational. But 8th is Daniel, 7th is PA, 6th is Doodle, it's Randy Bob, 4th for Dio, who's mounting that one, and he may regret it. He's even quite rallycross now, Dio. You've got to take this a little bit differently. You would normally side-by-side action just behind with 2 SDEV teammates. And you've got to feel like that it's Randy Bob and Co going a bit too wide, and they're almost collided there, but it's Doodle that moves up to P5, only just. Bear in mind, you've got to be very conservative on that final corner in case you find yourself struggling yet again. King Dio P4, Third is Popo, second Lazo, and still leading by a comfortable 4-second margin at the moment is Ondrej Ikpasa. Ondrej, Lazo, Popo, King Dio, then Doodle 12, and Andy Bob in 6th place, P in 7th. John Daniels in 8th place currently, 9th is Aras Works, Malox Clark, Direct Belinas, and Darkstig, who's still got some latency issues I think, but he hasn't actually retired yet though, which is good. So there's still no actual DNFs, which is great. The attrition rate is so low for an event which is so difficult. Right now though, things starting to take a much calmer approach, which is great. I mean, after last race as well, it was hectic from start to finish. This just gives drivers that creative freedom they need to be able to drive the lap times in and get a bit of a consistent run going, which is almost impossible around a circuit this demanding. It is almost a rally stage. It may as well be fast as one. It's so difficult to get right, and Lazarus in the wall there just a little. The man who's 3 seconds away from Ondrej Ikpasa doing everything he can. The Darkstig has officially retired meanwhile though, so out of the race for the Darkstig. And unfortunately it's his second DNF in a row. He took 4 points at Giza, a DNF at Brno, and now unfortunately no points here either. But taking a look at Lazarus 16, he's arguably the best placed man in this Skillquant to come away with something. Ondrej Ikpasa all the way down in 19th currently. Lazarus 10 positions up. So we know he's the more better all-rounded competitor. I think that's going to stand for anything as we go in towards the final 10 laps of action here or no. It's still yet to be seen. Over the line they go. And he was actually 3/10 slower that time as opposed to what our race leader was doing. So that is a little bit interesting, isn't it? So Ondrej Ikpasa holding his own out there with this Touareg at the moment in this championship. 3 different disciplines, 3 different cars, 3 completely different circuits. From the sunny desert of Egypt to the gorgeous circuit of Brno to the troublesome sands here at the tropical island just outside those gorgeous Pelican Islands. And now Ondrej Ikpasa's gone a bit wide, and Lazarus has a much better line. He may get to the inside, and the race lead changes. And Ondrej Ikpasa surrenders it purely for, I think, a safety reason. He doesn't want to be trying to cling onto an outside move when you're that close to the sea line. It will be absolutely dreadful. So Lazo keeps his head knuckled down, and it's Ondrej Ikpasa that's able to really keep his car in the mix for now. But Lazarus into the lead of the race, and what a championship closure this would be for him if he could take all 70 points here today. And really, it's that it almost takes a bit too much there, and every driver tries it. Get a bit more advantage, a little less traction, but a little more time. And it just depends how comfortable you feel inside this range at the moment. The track's going to start getting a little bit colder soon as the sun is going to set around the tropical island. But Lazarus 16 as of right now bursts into the lead with a surprise move. Ondrej wasn't expecting it, we weren't expecting it. We know, isn't it? It's happened and it's got to be admired, praised, and heavily speculated on as to what's going to happen next. We don't know who's going to be able to hold on to this or no. It'll be so close for these guys to keep their heads in the clear. But Popo on his own in P3 has arguably got a dream race here to come home with a big result. When you take a look at what that man's done so far, 17th overall, 30 points at Brno, 18 at Giza. He's running well indeed inside the podium. No other drivers around him. It's just him versus the circuit. It's a dream circumstance for Popo. We'll see if he's able to really capitalise on this or no, or even attempt catching the lead, as he's about a second faster than Ondrej Ikpasa that time, but 2 seconds slower than Lazarus. So the 2 race leaders are going to be doing battle over the next 10 laps or so, I can assure you. Yeah, he's still 5th. We've got 6th for Doodle, 7th for John Daniels, who's recovered well after his opening couple of laps. He definitely weren't something to be desired, were they? They were a little bit rocky, if you pardon the pun. He ended up driving down on the beach line as opposed to up on the cliffside. It cost him heavily. The man who was inside the top 5, tip for a podium from me personally, to see him join this sort of team and maybe break out all those inconsistencies, but it's seeming that a few of them are still lingering around. However, this circuit will bring out the inconsistencies in even the fastest, most agile of drivers. It is not a circuit that is forgiving by any stretch of the imagination. And these boys have got to be very much aware of that as they go in towards the halfway stage. Right, 12 minutes into the race so far. This one going to take us to about the half-an-hour mark, so we are getting there gradually, but it's going to seem so long for these guys right now to try and avoid any kind of contact, any kind of even mishap. A slight loss of control here can be so vastly deadly towards your own race. It's absolutely unrelenting. Drivers have got to try and keep their heads firmly screwed on, and again John Daniels attempted at that corner. That little kink where it dives off but it's not a sudden drop. There's a little bit of lenience, a little bit of excess room where you can get two wheels parked if you're lucky. And 9 times out of 10 you will be, but it's the 1 time out of 10 that sent Daniels down onto the beach in the first place. Lazarus still leads, the gap far exceeding what we thought it might do now. He's quite a bit clear of Underet passer. Popo CZ still remains third, with Dio rounding out your top 4 at the moment. Whether that's going to change or no is an issue yet to be resolved, I'm sure. But another lap completed here, and the laps are just getting quicker and quicker for him, aren't they? And 2 minutes 13.559 there for Lazarus. He's flying at the moment. Andre Passer at 2:14.9. That's the difference in quality between them. So almost would have been inevitable that it was going to happen, but you don't know when it was really going to. Popo staying with them at 2:15.2. Currently faster than King Dio in 4th and slower than the man in front, so it's really a perfect scenario right now for King Dio. You cannot blame this whatsoever. Then P8, Doodle is trying to go around the outside of Daniels, so Daniels trying to hold on there actually, and he's done very well to do so, but there's no guarantee he's going to be able to come away with something. He's almost lost control of the car there again. He goes a bit too wide. So Daniels is still very much struggling here today. He's by no means safe. And there could still be a real problem here for John Daniels. He's far out of this race and going a bit wide, isn't he? But as the sun starts to set now, visibility becomes limited. This is not a circuit where you want limited visibility in the slightest, is it? This is one where you want as much as you possibly can. You do not want any more issues than you've already got planned here. You want to get away nicely. You want to burst into the sunset with a nice sense of security and hope, but this is just a circuit you cannot afford to do that on whatsoever. And Daniel spins again. It's against the inside barrier though before he hits the cliff edge. So he's very lucky on that front. We just don't know if he's going to be able to pull away or not though. Pull away, what I mean is pull away back into recovering as Doodle re-overtakes him right now, and it's not something you want to see. Daniel's really having a torrid time out there. It's just error after error. The man can't seem to get a break. Harris worked in 8th, Andy Bob 9th, and Mallox rounds out your top 10 for now. And in terms of the championship as well, and protagonists, so to speak of, we've still got a lot to come a bit later on. Jamie 1 currently leads the Skillquant, I'm sure you've already seen, with Cortese in 2nd. Luke Sky rounding out your top 3. You still technically take a win as well. In fact, all the way as far down as about Tyro. And Van Panther reasserted his statement there. He was absent for Giza, comes straight into Brunei with a victory. We'll be hoping that he's got enough in the tank to maybe bring out a surprise victory. That's coming up a bit later as Darek very sideways, and he's made that look beautiful. Now if someone's got a little capture device or fancies going back and looking at that one in slow-mo, you will not be disappointed. That was an emphatic manoeuvre there from Darek in P12. What an error. That was absolutely brilliant. So Darek is, despite being in P12, still showboating his stuff, enjoying his time here out on the drying circuit. And we believe that Andre Potts has made a mistake. And as we said that, King Dio has also made a mistake. He's down to 4th. And Dio, the man who apparently had this position all sealed up, it was his to lose like we said. But now, it's a completely different story. He's on the beach, he's got Doodle behind him. So Lazarus is now safely in the lead. Andre Passer is ahead. Is he on the So Andre Pastor stays up then, so he didn't go down to the beach. There's King Dio that's going to be building sandcastles, isn't it, for the foreseeable future. And just watch out now, though, you're going to be able to see Mr. PA and company slowly close up on him as time becomes to be a bit of an issue here. We've got exactly half the race left to go. You don't want to start that half badly, do you? You want a nice clean effort, and look at the extra work you've got to turn through here. Dio may get a bit lucky with P5, but in all honesty, it's going to be really covered. We've got a no mistake at the front as well. Lazarus 16 makes a major error. Popo CZ finds himself in the lead of the race. So Lazarus flips, in the 17th place man in the championship. Popo CZ is now in charge of things up front. And this race got a whole lot more interesting. It's never going to stay quiet for too long. Popo now sees himself right in the forefront of the action. We said he's been driving his own race in every driver's dream, but this surely is a dream scenario now, leading Lazarus by 3 seconds. There's only so much that Lazarus is going to be able to do. And when are you going to be able to do those things? So that is the real question now. How quickly can Lazarus pull back? He's going to be desperate to do it. We're running out of time, 18 minutes into the race now. Everyone starts to set their goals on where they want to be for the final round of the championship. You've got to feel like there's something else here, there's something more that these drivers have got to give, and everyone will be eking to try and show it, won't they? Popo ahead of Lazarus, PA now third, Andre down to fourth, and what a disappointment that's become there for him. Hopefully he can maybe recuperate himself a bit later on, but my goodness me, what a race this has turned into. Absolutely remarkable stuff here for the final round of the Off-Road and Touring Championship. Popo doing just about as much as he can to keep himself very much formatted with the title charge. Well, the title charge, at least in the B skill, want to be the highest placed man in it. Going the right way about doing so as well, isn't it? Lazarus still second, PA maybe breathing down his neck, Dio fourth, and poor Andre Passer is now really struggling in third. Another fight maybe, Daniel's down to 8th, trying to fight with Arazworks just up ahead of him in P7. Let's see though what the STEV driver can do. He's 3 seconds away, as we say. It's definitely achievable to pull it back. There's still plenty of time left as the moon comes out. The lights around the circuit starting to become more and more dividend. Meanwhile, Clark 10 trying to attack Malox as well here, maybe establish himself inside the top 10. And the stationary lamps, as we say, are definitely up at the moment. They're lighting the way around the circuit, which does aid visibility just a bit for these drivers. They're not driving in total darkness, as we said before. It can definitely make the difference, isn't it? As you can see, the track looks absolutely glorious under the cover of the night sky. PA still fourth, Dio just behind in P5. Arazworks on 2 wheels. Keep them both on the circuit and not roll the car like we've seen a few other drivers do at that corner here today. But Popo somehow still leads, and Darek's off into the fences there. Now it should be a quick, easy recovery, indeed it is, but down in 12th place, it's just the icing on the gone off cake, really, isn't it? Meanwhile, Popo has not. We thought Popo, I'm assuming, would have. Oh, we're on the same boat here, that he would have maybe lost the lead, or Lazarus on that pass would fight back, but somehow this little guy has come through. 9 seconds clear of Lazarus, 13 away from Andre Passer, showing no sign of relinquishing that position. I think Popo's here to stay, and scary the onboard there as he goes over the drawbridge. And this is not a good place to be. This is frightening stuff. This is a test of courage, a test of stamina and confidence. And Popo has come out, he's really shown his true colours here. This is a very confident drive from a young man that has been steadily improving over the last few months. And Lazarus in second with Andre Passer P3 at the moment. Absolutely unbelievable. Let's see what Lazarus can do. Then we'll keep an eye on the lap times. They are going through once again. There'll be 4 laps remaining, I beg your pardon, very soon. So we'll keep an eye, as we say, on who's lapping what, whether Lazarus is actually gaining or still losing time on the man just ahead of him. I've got a feeling it's going to be the latter. And John Daniel out of the race then, so maybe just one issue too many for the young American here today. John Daniels retires early on, and here is the lap time then. So Popo a 2:15.2. From Lazarus we see a response of a 2:14.6 then, so it is coming down. It is coming down. Andre passed with a 2:14.4 as well then, so both quicker than the race leader. PA there still 4th. 5th place for Dio, 6th for Doodle, 7th Arrowsworks. 8th place Andy Bob, 9th Malox, 10th Clark 10, 11th Darek, 12th Bellinis, 13th, and out of the race now are John Daniels, and 14th for the Dark Stig, but still 12 runners going here in what has been one of the more difficult endurance races that these drivers are going to encounter in their lifetimes. A real chore it's become here to get a good result. But Popo carries on, still 9 seconds clear. He doesn't have to push, this is it. It's not even like he's going slow. He can afford to lose about a second a lap. It's not like he's struggling. As long as that man maintains this current level of speed, he's going to be perfectly fine. Popo CZ, 8 seconds clear in the lead of the race right now, and what would be one of the survived victories of the season, one of the surprising victories of the season. Absolutely marvellous if he can pull something like this off. But now just try and keep an eye on what's going on a bit further down the order as well, because it has all spaced out. Got no real position changes to report on for now at least. However, I've got a feeling like that could change very shortly. Let's just see how everyone can cope with this, because it's going to be very tricky indeed, isn't it? It's not exactly grippy out there as it is, let alone when it's under night. The drawbridge becomes easily one of the most intimidating places to encounter on the circuit, without a shadow of a doubt. You can barely see the entrance, it's narrower than the normal circuit as it is, and having to go towards it like Malox is now, and just fit that Touareg through in the darkness, with the only light to guide you being the 2 stationary ones either side of the bridge. It can get just a little bit intimidating, can't it? Hopefully no drivers become undoubtedly intimidated by this though, and can still carry on at their normal rates of pace. Popo certainly is, a 2:15.6. It's about 8/10 slower there than Lazarus, who's chasing him right now, and the gap still stands at 7 seconds with 3 laps to go, so it is achievable for Lazarus to pull himself back into it, but it is looking more and more unlikely. The question is though, just how much can Lazarus pull up? He's got to have 3 laps of a lifetime right now. I think it's no better time than right now to take a look on board with him. Popo's in his front view, he's immediately there. It's going to be a sign of motivation, isn't it? And look how already more conservative he's having to be. He cannot chance getting as close to that outside green turf as he can. Because whilst it may be quicker if you do it too much and just the slightest lapse of concentration occurs, you'll find yourself easily down to 3rd or 4th place. He's somehow 27 seconds clear though, away from PA. Over the bridge we go. The gap from Popo to Lazarus now stands at about 2.4 from what I've just heard. So it is looking like it's come down a bit, but my current timing showing me it's about 5, and look how close the drive. He's getting through there, almost the wheel, and almost certain was off the circuit, and he rides the barrier there. You can just see mounting the cliff face, and it's not going to do him any favours, is it? That sort of aggression right now. There he goes though. Popo's going to be feeling that. He's going to be feeling slightly more in control than he was previously. You can't blame him. It's a real chance of success here for Popo, but this is where Lazarus succeeds so quickly in this rally-ish stage. And Andre down on the beach. Andre passes down on the beach then. And he's, well, climbing back up onto the cliffside now, and what a real shame that was. So Andre Parser struggling yet again. That's why he's 27 seconds back. He's just come back forward with King Dio and Doodle chasing each other just behind. So that battle's still yet to be resolved. But back at the front of the order, Popo CZ flies over the start-finish line to start with lap number 13 with a 2:15.8 again. About 1.4 seconds slower, so he's still struggling here at the moment, which is not the news he needs to hear. He's got to be thinking a lot more aggressive. He's got to try and hold on to this position. You know, catching is one thing and passing is another, but it's not easy. Let's just see what these drivers can do, because Lazarus has taken that gap right down over the past few moments to about 4 seconds. He's still third. Andre Pass is still fourth. King Dio fifth ahead of Doodle. That gap's extended just a tad over the last few moments. Clark 10 took a trip briefly onto the beach, rejoins behind Bolinas in P12. So his race again showing a bit of a dulce tone, isn't it? It's a real shame. Meanwhile, going to present a three-way battle. Andre passing out ahead of Dio. And Doodle 12, Andre was the fastest man in warm-up. He started on pole and he's almost on the beach again. And that's going to allow King Dio through. And now he's hit the wall and it's just gone bad to worse. Is he on the beach? Yes, he is. And Andre Pass, he's got to feel all of the hope just immediately leave his system. And Andre on the beach yet again. He must have had more visits to the beach than a family in the summer. Doodle 12 now fifth. King Dio. Oh, King Dio's on the beach as well, and he's rolled it on the beach. The King Dio in the water there. Let's just not hope that the engine doesn't conk out. But Andre Pass is going to say thank you very much. Maybe it's not all bad. He's had to take it outside round the rock to make sure there was no real contact there. But he is now up into P5 as we talk. So it's not all doom and gloom, to say the least. Pierre carries on. Popo about to start his final lap, about 4 seconds clear ahead of Lazarus at the moment. So Lazarus over the start finish line in second with a 2:14.6. And it is indeed a bit slow. This is the first lap of all of them where Popo has been quicker. So Popo enters the final lap with every chance of taking a big result. Lazarus still second. Third is Mr. PA4. Doodle 12. Andre Pass the fifth. Sixth is Andy Bob 7th. Arrowsworks 8th place. King Dio 9th. Malok 10th. Dorek 11th. Bolinas 12th. Clark 10 at the moment as we enter the final stages of the race here. Now Popo doing everything he can to just guide it home. There's no real tension anymore for him. He's just going to stay away from the cliff face. He's done so about half an hour so far. I don't think that one more minute is going to really add to this race. He's done so well, Popo. Definitely been one of the unsung heroes of the day. Absolutely remarkable driving from him. Bolinas in trouble. Clark 10 going to try and take it from him, but almost mounts the fence there. He got a bit too excited going into the final corner. So those guys starting their final attempt to the circuit now. Popo's still a few seconds ahead and Lazarus has got to give it 110%. This has got to be a lap of a lifetime now for Lazarus. If he wants to take a victory here today, he can still technically do it. It's not over till the checkered flag falls. Remember here in Simraceway, we say it all the time. It's never over until that checkered flag is waved and the leader crosses the line. Even sometimes after that, it's never over. Lazarus into the fence and he's really ragging it now. Can he almost get to Popo? He's trying, but he's got a bit too deep. And I think despite tearing into that gap there with his claws out, it may not be enough. A few more turns left and Popo is losing time. Lazarus is very much a presence, but I don't think it's a dominant one. And Popo pours back out onto the sands for the final time. It's the unlikely but deserving winner of our final round of your Simraceway Offroad and Touring Championship. What a win for Popo CZ. He wins a tropical island. Absolutely remarkable. Lazarus second. We've got to take a look at fifth because the train has just exceeded all expectations here. King Dio currently stays in P7. I think it's been a bit of an incident with Clark 10 who's off. Bolinas, he got taken off with him. And Malok's off onto the beach as well, so a few drivers at the end here really suffering. as Andy Bob tries to round the last couple of corners. King Dio P7. 6 is Andy Bob. Andre past a 5th, and Doodle goes over the line to take P4. He'll feel very conformed with that one. It was a good result. He'll nod inside the cockpit. Andre Passer in P5, trying to hold on, but Andy Bob is going to pressure in. And Andre just wants to get a consolation. Now he started on pole, of course, has been in just about every position this race. So to recover inside the top 5 is a very plausible result. He'll feel very good about that one. So here he goes. 6th place for Andy Bob, 7th King Dio, 8th Aaron's Works, 9th is going to be Malox, I think, just ahead of Darek in 10th. There's no confirmation just yet. 11th is Belinas and 12th Clark 10. Those two still very much battling at the moment. And of course out of the way still John Daniels and the Dark Stig, but Malox pulls onto the beach and there won't be any chance for Darek to get a move done. So Malox takes P9. Darek takes the final position inside the top 10. So we now just wait for Belinas and Clark to stand, the last two cars who can really have any sort of impact in this race. Through the final turn of the cliffside they go. Clark trying to play it out wider, touches the fence. Going to pretty much hand it over to Belinas unless there's a bit of an unforeseen circumstance. So Belinas takes P11, Clark 10 on 2 wheels to take P12, but what a great win for Popo CZ. He will be absolutely delighted with that one. The man who was 17th in this championship going into this race, Popo CZ, 17th into this race. 18 points at Giza, 30 at Brno, but it's a race win at Tropical Island which sees him move directly up in towards the top 10 of this championship provisionally. One more race to go here at the Tropical Island. It's a 900 to 1100 A race. You will not want to miss it. Hello everybody and welcome to another edition of Hot Lap Pump Day here on the official Simraceway YouTube channel. This one coming from Simcars, driving the C6R GT2 around the legendary Laguna Seca circuit. Plenty of oversteer through turn number 2 as he heads down to turn number 3. It's important to let the car glide through here. It will naturally step out, just run with it. It's like dancing on a tightrope. The slightest mistake will cost you dearly through turn number 4, and it's so tempting to run a bit wider, to take a bit more throttle, but it's so important that you don't fall victim to the track's temptations. Into turn number 5, again nice and smooth turn, and you don't want to be rigid through here. Keep it off of the sand as much as you can, take a little bit for some traction. Now into the blind apex there as you begin the ascent in towards the corkscrew. This is arguably the most death-defying corner in all of motorsport. It's so scary going through here, completely blind. Down into second gear, turn in, narrowly, guess where you've got to turn right. He does it perfectly that time round. No sand taken whatsoever. Now smooth through the final sector then, easy on the apex, gently catch the second, bring the car over to the left before a gentle sweep of the wheel to the right hand side. Watch the oversteer again, and now heavy braking down into second gear through the final corner. Watch you don't run wide through here, it will really compromise your entire lap if you catch a bit too much apex through there. But a clean lap by Simcars and a competitive lap time of a 1:22.365. Hello everybody, things are about to get very, very serious here in Simraceway for the final round of your off-road and touring championship. We've seen 3 brilliant races so far, full of thrills, spills and everything in between, and we're about to see the finale, the decider, the 900 to 1100 A Skillquant go at it one final time around Tropical Island. So obviously in terms of the championship, things looking a little bit interesting indeed. Jamie 1 comes into it with a 20-point lead over G. Cortese. He's got 32 points over Luke Sky and 34 over Lollin 6. Mr. Jolly sits in 5th place with Tyro in P6 and Van Panther in 7th. And then you've got Leak Speedway 8th, Lazarus P9 and Grimmy 10th. But the most interesting thing here is that Van Panther missed the first round. He wasn't present at Giza, comes into Brno, takes a win, and is now technically within range definitely to win the championship. In terms of practice as well, I mean, bearing in mind he's only on 70 points, he needs about 60 to even catch the championship leader, but he is 7th, and at the moment he was the fastest man in practice, ahead of Cortese. Lollin Fox was in 3rd place, Pro Driver 4th, Jamie 1 in 5th, Zhujian 6th place, Tyro 7th, looking again consistent there for him. Elite Speedway was 8th place, 9th was the Flow, Luke Sky down in 10th, ahead of Enricos. You got Mr. Jolly P12, Acosta 13th, and Hesh 838 rounding out your order. But it is looking a little bit interesting, and bearing in mind Jamie 1 as well, currently down in P5 in practice. Obviously his qualifying time very different as you would have seen on your on the left hand side of the screen previous to this little race preview show. But Jamie 1 is on 124 points. Van Panther needs to get himself 54 points minimum. 54 points minimum. So you're looking at about where Tyro finished during race number 1. He took 54 points in race 1. He can do it, but that will require Jamie not to finish. So a win is on the cards here. If Van Panther can come in here, not compete round 1, then win the last 2, that really is a credit to his potential. But we've seen great surprises before. We may see them again. And drivers to watch out for. Definitely Tyro, one of them, 2 midfield finishes, looking stronger than ever. 22 laps is a task of endurance though, and in terms of an overall race prediction, you can't look any further than Van Panther. He's done it all, hasn't he? He's done endurance, he's done touring cars, open wheels, the lot, and now you put him in front of this Volkswagen Touareg trophy here at Tropical Island. It's going to be a real task, but I'm sure he can adapt himself very, very quickly. And don't forget, there's still that added feature of the invulnerability as well. We're able to sink below, down onto the beach line and try and survive should you fall off the cliff face. It is recommended these drivers to carry on and win their race back. Outsiders, you're looking, as we say, perhaps Mr. Jolly, who's got a lot to prove to himself in this race this afternoon. He's down in 12th in the warm-up. Acosta 88, normally very good as well. Enricos could be an outside shot in his first proper championship of racing. But my prediction for this one would have to be a Van Panther win. Will it be a Van Panther championship and a win? There's only one way to find out, and so stay tuned for the start of the race. So here we are then for what could be one of the most exciting races ever to take place in Simraceway. Van Panther won last time out at Brno, missed race number 1. He's now looking for championship glory. Jamie 1 stands in his way in P5. Let's see what can happen as we approach the first corner. Lights out and down to the first corner. We will slam the feet down onto the accelerators. Van Panther holding his lead very, very strong at the moment. It's going to be said, no one's really planning on stopping that young man for now, are they? Running away with this one, you've got Contained Edgepan in second. You may be running a bit wide. Lolin Fox almost, he does touch the fence. He does indeed, and that may cost him dearly. Jamie 1 third, 4th is Pro, 5th there. We got Jolly. We may get a restart. Yes, we do. Due to a little bit of bombardment, we'll be right back with you with some more racing action. Okay, so we're back for the final round of your Simraceway Off-Road and Touring Championship for what could be, as we say, one of the most explosive of not only the year, but perhaps the entire history of Simraceway. Van Panther, a very outside shot to win. One of the most dominant drivers in Simraceway. 70 points in race number 2, none in race number 1. Well, not participating, he's looking for a win here today, but Jamie leads the championship. He's up to 4th. A great start then by our championship leader round the outside. Tyra to 5th as well. Good start for him after starting 6th place on the grid. Everyone now diving now off to the cliffside for the first time. I think they're all through relatively cleanly, surprisingly. Yeah, not a single bit of contact. Great start then by the entire field as they mount the curbing there, mounting into the mountain, so to speak. It can get a little bit tense and fiery, to say the least, but what an effort this has been by absolutely everyone so far. What a run everyone has taken on to. Absolutely remarkable. I'm just going to hope that no one actually falls off the edge of the cliff. This is looking very good, it's got to be said. Everyone, oh, we've lost one already. That was, let's find out where he's gone to. Looking for retirement. No, we've got, oh, Zhuzhen's off. So Zhuzhen flies off there after one would have been right next to Van Panther and company. Who else have we got then that's onto the beach at the moment? It's Cortese, the second driver. Everyone else goes over the bridge, and this is the corner where they all tend to have a bit of a hiccup. They're all seeming to do okay at the moment, and you can see the advantage. It's already lost them as they go through the beach there at the hairpin. It's so difficult. He's going to make your way back up onto the cliffside after that long right-hand part section of the circuit. No one else has gone wide just yet, which is great to see. The Van Panther holds strong in first. Lolin got second, Pro third. 4th is Tyro. He's said watch out for him as a potential underdog. His first full season of competitive action here in Simraceway has gone absolutely fantastically, hasn't it? It's got to be said. What a way he's gone so far. He's done brilliantly to get himself into 4th place. He's so close to a potential, as you say, podium as well. Hopefully we can keep this sort of run up though, because this has been nothing short of exciting for the first lap. Van Panda coming through, and what a distance he's got already. So through they come then. Van Panda keeps his head nice and down. 1 lap down, 21 to go until potential championship. It's Lolin Fox second, Pro in third, fourth is Tyro, fifth is Jamu, sixth is Hesh838. Big start there for him. Johnny there, P7, 8th place Elite Speedway, 9th and Lee Goss, 10th belongs to the Flow. Luke's got down to 11th. He had a bit of a justly start the first time, but I've got a big warning from the race administrator. No, he's usually so well composed. He does not seem to get race starts correct, and he keeps making the same errors, and eventually going to come round to bite him in the back, and it's a real worry. Fingers crossed they can all get solved though, as he's gone wide again. Talking about that, he's just sort of a bit too deep, and luckily they're not facing a run down onto the beach. However, Lolin Fox is, we've got another car off as well. That's Elite Speedway again, isn't it? Elite Speedway again now onto the beach. 2 cars. This lap has already gone down onto the seaside. It's a real worry indeed, isn't it? That's relatively been a much calmer start than I think we first anticipated. And Panther's still miles clear of anyone else at the moment. You take a look back at what everyone else is doing, there's no one really flying off. We've got a bit of an error there, what looked like for one near the back of the field. That was Luke Sky again in the wars. Now he didn't actually end up on the beach, but he was very, very close to it. However, Pro Driver, he's got to try and mount an assault, because before you know it, Van Panda is just gone like that, isn't he? The man is on a mission right now. He's already pulled away a heap of time. Pro Driver trying to take a wide line and cut inwards. Look at the time he's gaining there. That was a sneaky little effort, wasn't it? He had 2 wheels on the outside of the mountain, and that almost paid off for him. He got a lot of time, but it's a long, long snake that's weaving its way around this Tropical Island circuit in the finale of our Off-Road and Touring Championship. This guy there towards the back of the field, still keeping his head relatively screwed on, but he's going to do a lot more than that to have any chance of recovering from this, isn't he? Van Panda with a 2-minute 10.2, absolutely killing it at the moment. The man has obviously drunk his Red Bull this morning, because my goodness me, this has been something else in this opening couple of stages. Pro Driver has simply got no response to the powerhouse that is Van Panda at the moment. Just look at an on board here as he goes over that jump. Pure control, and look, he gets so close to the outside rock, almost grazing the inside of the cliff face. You don't see that from many drivers, that kind of confidence, that assurance where he knows he's not going wide, he knows he's not making any contact. It's a very rare quality to have, and this man so focused on winning this championship here today. 70 points in race number 2, as we said, did not attend race number 1, but still has an outside shot. Jamu's up to 3rd though, which would have completely made that charge irrelevant. Hesh838 looking to try and take it from him. Any incident involving Jamu 1 is basically rest in peace championship hopes, and hello midfield scrap. Over the drawbridge and in towards the trickiest corner on the circuit, in my opinion, that little right-hand king. A lot of drivers struggling through there, because it tempts you to take a little bit more lining, doesn't it? A little bit more grass. You can dip a wheel down and come back up again. If you do it, you also run the risk of losing control completely, finding yourself struggling like the world's end. Let's just see though what the race is going to have in store for us at the moment. Here they come. Tyro up to P5. Hesh is P4. Could have been P3 there, but Jamu says no. Takes a bit of a wider line, doesn't he? And this is going to play. Oh, he's got a car off there. Now that belongs to Enricos. Big spin there for Enricos. Now he's able to get it spun back around, so to speak, but that's a real problem, isn't it? Down to P11 now. He's got Cortese just behind him. He's going to be struggling. We're back onto the beach again. It's going to be a breath of fresh air as the seaside It's very calm at the moment. The waves aren't exactly crashing against the shoreline, but one thing that is crashing is the hopes of anyone catching Van Panther. 25 seconds apparently is the gap between himself and pro driver PL, who's already eked out a huge amount of time, 10 seconds so to speak, between himself and Jamie 1. So it already looks like to me that pro driver is actually on a rampage. He is pulling his way forward, which is great to see. You got Jamie P3, Heshin, Tyro 4th and 5th. So Tyro's dropped down one position, losing it to Hesh. Two rookies who really staked their claim to this Skillquant. They've come in here all guns blazing, stuck it to the big boys, and never really looked back since. As they fly over the mountainside now, looking cool, calm and extremely collected. They've got no sign of letting up. They're going to play a little bit more conservative though, no doubt about it. They're going to really struggle at this rate otherwise. And now over the drawbridge and in towards that hairpin again, and Tyro cuts the corner. You can see the marks of where the wheels cut, and it is honestly extremely scary to witness. Really, really scary. Tyro almost did the same. Hesh very nearly did the same. Acosta and the flow now very close together as well, and flow drifting out wide as the sun starts to set just a little. All day tonight transition here on this circuit, which means the drivers have got that added challenge, the added unpredictability when the stationary lights have to come into play, and already the flow looking like he's a bit lost anyway, so he needs as much light as he possibly can find. Now in P7, we said watch out for Acosta in the midfield. He has sprung a few surprises before here in the past. We may even see him spring a few more, who knows. But only time's going to tell. Now out of the cheeky little left hairpin now, Acosta has to be careful because the flow may just punish him a little bit. They've got to be so careful how they approach this right now. You can see that little pink colour in the sky is starting to take its toll on the circuit as the temperatures kind of drop. Elite Speedway down to 12th after what can only be described as a nightmarish start. He really hasn't got to grips with this circuit or the vehicle at all, and he's going to try and pull something out of the hat that's pretty special. Hopefully he might have a magic trick planned for us a bit later on, but we're going to take some onboards now of Van Panther and just see exactly what this man is doing. He's now 28 seconds clear, so it's the sun setting as well, and look at the control. He knew the car was going right, immediately flicks the wheel left to keep it there, and it is the craziest part of the circuit. You can see already up to about 80 miles an hour over the drawbridge, narrowly kissing the wooden post, flings it in, and again he's one of those drivers that risks the two wheels over the face of the cliff. The headlights come on as he bounces over in towards this. Again, another hairpin. If you drift out wide and get the wider line, you may face a bit of contact and perhaps certain damage, but Van Panther showing us all exactly what to do. This is like a rally drive. I'm not too sure if any of you seen perhaps the Rally of Monte Carlo at the moment where Robert Kubica is flying around, but this is very reminiscent of what we're seeing in the Rally of Monte Carlo. Inex Van Panther is simply launching this Touareg through Tropical Island, and look at how much control and precision he has at the moment. He's just got a couple more corners to go before he hits the finale. That last left-hand turn, and again struggling there, but he's really effortless, isn't he? Look how close he runs. As soon as it even looks like he's made an error, it's almost immediately apparent that it was all intentional. He runs so far wide out there onto the final straight, and that is the first half of the lap on board with Van Panther. We'll get the second half now, obviously, in a bit of reverse order, but over the start-finish line into turn one again, keeping the car nice and firm in the air. He doesn't want to lose any time. We're only on number 6 out of 22, so still a remarkably long way to go. Onto the dirt for the first time, and you've got to be very careful on that inside banking. You don't want to kiss that. Your car will go flying, and look at that sheer control. So they're ragging the life out of the vehicle. I've never seen aggression on this circuit like this before. This is mesmerising stuff by Van Panther, and I don't know what lap pump does until Wednesday, but if someone wants to fancy taking a Van Panther lap and uploading it, that would be sensational, because the lap around this circuit is just mesmerising. Van Panther taking this race into his own at the moment. It's absolutely incredible. We'll give you a quick update on the full race order as it stands in. So as you may have gathered, it is Van Panther that leads, pro driver P2, Third is Jamie 1. Fourth, Tyro. Fifth, H838. Hesh838. Sixth, Mr. Jolly. Seventh is the Flow. Eighth place, Lolin Fox. Ninth place, just below him, of course, is Luke Sky 80. That may change soon, though, as the Flow gets overtaken there by Lolin Fox, which may well be a bit of an antagonist later on. So a bit of a change there, as we were saying. So it's now Lolin Fox in 7th, the Flow 8, Luke Sky in 9th place, 10th, Dave Costa, 11th, Cortese, breathing down his neck. That was Elite Speedway. 13th, then Ricos, and 14th, Alex Jusian. So that rounds out your order as it stands so far, but this has been something else, isn't it? This really does push the limits of what you think any sim racer is capable of, regardless of level, regardless of velocity. This just takes everything and escalates it by at least 20 times. It is incredible. So Van Panther, I can't take my eyes off him. I actually cannot take my eyes off of Van Panther. This is just brilliant. Another lap in the books. He starts his 7th encounter of the circuit with Pro Driver just behind, 36 seconds away now. And it's easy to see why. You think, how can he be 36 seconds away after just 6 laps? Take a look at Van Panther's hot lap and you'll understand exactly why. The man is like a rally machine. Move over Sebastian Ogier. I think Van Panther's here to take the crown. This is just remarkable. Tyro's still back up to 4th then, so he did repass Hesh838 a couple of moments ago. So he's done extremely well to do that. And hopefully, you see him maybe move in towards a podium position. He's just got to really push on just a tad now though, isn't he? You've got to wonder if Van Panther's got any fuel in the tank in this car at the moment, because he's pulling out as the false lights come on, so to speak. The stationary lights, will sound a bit Londony then, the station lights. But the stationary lights here at the tropical island have come out, they're blasting on. So these headlights of the Touaregs don't have a whole lot of work to do. What they do, however, is keep themselves well lit for the road just ahead of them, so they can still see where they're going. But you need as much light as possible. Even an entire galaxy is not going to keep this circuit from being any less dangerous, because it is just a nightmare. It's not like it's dangerous one lap. It's not one corner where you could lose it. It's not like Monaco, for instance, with Saint-Devoux. The entire circuit is like it. And now Tyro may have gone off. Has he done it? I think he has. Tyro off onto the beach. Cortese's retired, but that same corner we keep mentioning, after the bridge, into that little hairpin. And Tyro, he doesn't have that much work to do, because, I mean, the rejoining onto the mountain is only there. But what it does do is give every other driver an advantage. He's now down behind Lolin Fox, the Flow, and I think that's Luke Sky, isn't it? He's going with him. May actually try and take that from him as well as he comes back up. He may just be with them. He's going to be close. Yeah, he's just in front. That's a nightmare rejoining. But Luke Sky trying to overtake the Flow here. He's on the inside and he's got to be careful. There's a bit of a nudge and both cars sent a bit wide there, and they won't like that one bit. Luke Sky is currently holding up very well in 9th position. Let's just see how well he can maintain this sort of momentum though. He's got to try and recuperate. He hasn't really been the most solidified man this season. However, his championship position persists in telling us otherwise. You take a look at exactly where he is currently, and the man is actually well up there in P3. Two big finishes, 38 points and 58 points, but we usually see him hover around the 8th place mark, as we say every broadcast now, and he's ninth at the moment, and the inconsistency starting to become consistent, so to speak. Not what you want to see, and I think the main point is that Luke Sky has been rewarded because of the errors of other people, and I know he's driven very well, he's put on some impressive displays, but at the end of the day, it's the other drivers that are making errors, and Luke Sky has been there to pick up the pieces. He hasn't really earned that position in the standings, so to speak. Tyro's off yet again, down to 9th, the man who's really starting to struggle now, and Luke Sky could well be hammering forward, and Luke Sky is normally, you say, consistent in the midfield, which is why he finishes so high. It's when the big drivers do drop off on the Daisy, which is being picked. He's able to be one of the last petals to hit the floor, which means that he picks up the big points, but he's 8th today. 9th place is A Costa now, as Tyro relinquishes yet another position under the cover of darkness here at the tropical island. And Now he's trying to just maybe find a way back through, but A. Costa is not going to like that one bit. And the view you get on board now, especially in towards that drawbridge, is unreal. I mean, Tyro, that's scary. That is absolutely terrifying, because all you can see in front of you is a Touareg. It's a very narrow road, and the Touareg takes up a good 85% of it. You can barely see the drawbridge in the first place. You can barely see that bridge. And yet, when there's a Touareg in front of you, you don't know where your posts are. You're following in a direct line adjacent to the Touareg in front of you, praying he's got it right. If he slams into that wooden post, you hit the back of him, carnage is going to ensue. You're praying he's got the line right, and you're just going to follow him through blind. And that's what Tyro's having to encounter there. It was definitely one of the more crazier moments of the race so far, without a shadow of a doubt, on two wheels as Luke Sky keeps it ahead. Luke Sky again just maybe losing a bit of concentration there, and it's easy to do under the cover of darkness. Moving out and not so much attention being placed upon you, it can be easy to make a few more errors, and Tyro's done the same now, gone way wide. And luckily, obviously, bear in mind that this is a difficult part of the track, isn't it, and the beach has no real consequence there. It's just a wide runoff of sand, so he's able to capitalise a lot sooner and re-establish himself back in the fight, and A. Costa gets a little bit of relief almost for a minute. Brilliant to see. And now a little bit further down the order, we've got Elite Speedway and Enricos in a bit of a battle as well. They just rejoined the mountain pass for the first time this stint, so to speak, like number 9 of 22 now. And Enricos doing everything he can, and he just mounted out a bit too much. There's a bit too much grass there. Too aggressive. That is shadow of a doubt. Let's just keep an eye on what Enricos is made of. Van Panther under the cover of darkness. Should we give him another hot lap? I think we might do in a minute. As soon as he comes across that start-finish line again, just under the nighttime display here at Tropical Island, this is going to be something extraordinary. This is something that it would be a real honour to see. So he's just making his way out of the final couple corners now. Let's join our race leader Van Panther for another lap on board. I don't want to say it's favouritism, but when he's driving this good in a vehicle and track combo this complex, this punishing, it's just going to be something incredible to watch. So over the line he goes again, really struggling right now. You can see he's fighting the wheel, but still making it look so elegant. So through turn number 1, following the lights, and you can see he takes a much wider line there to get a direct cut into the mountain pass. Not a single whisper of hesitation muttered through the cockpit. So, oh my goodness me, this is absolutely incredible. He knows exactly what he's doing with this car. And now through the rocks, you can see there's no lights through here, just what the Touareg has to offer. Even when he looks like he's going to roll it, even when he's on 2 reels, Van Panther is in firm control of this race, firm control of his own destiny. He's very much aware of the risks, and he's just not even afraid. He's running so dangerously close to the inside wall. This is... I'm stunned. I'm absolutely lost for words. And I never thought I'd see the day of commentators lost for words, but Van Panther's driving style right now combines aggression with elegance at a nighttime circuit which can only be described as one of the trickiest circuits Simraceway has to offer, in one of the most bouncy vehicles where traction's a real pain. And he's making it look like child's play. This is something that really does showcase the talent that Simraceway have to offer. Through almost good, I don't know how close he came hitting that stationary light there, but he may as well have lost his wheel arch inside it. That was so dangerously close there. But again, it's that aggressive nature. He's taking every apex as if it was curved, as if there are red and white rumble strips just waiting to grace him and say thank you for your presence. He's not misplaced a single moment so far. Everything has been inch perfect. Every time we spectated an onboard lap with this man, he's been picture perfect. Out of the final couple of corners again, and he's just showing no sign whatsoever of letting go right now. Over that start-finish line for another time today, Van Panther lighting the timing board to life. 2:09 1:09.14 is just an incredible, incredible time. I've never seen anything like that in my life. The Van Panther is really pushing the lines. He's blurring the lines of expectation right now. The man's just on another level. This is something remarkable. And taking a look at the championship standings as well, looking into where things are at the moment. Of course, Cortese had some technical difficulties. We fear apparently he's driving with some quite low frames per second. There are nice groups forming on the circuit. Those are nice battles, which you're going to see us nicely into the second stint of the race. So that'll be absolutely brilliant to keep an eye on. But as of right now, they're the championship standings as we read them out then. So, Jamie 1, Cortese, Luke Sky, Lolin Fox, Jolly, Tyro, Van Panther. The top 7 in the game is Jamie is on the beach. Reed, Van Panther, Crow, Jamie, Hesh, Lolin Fox, Jolly, the Flow. You can see just how different this really is right now. It's becoming a completely different scenario to how many of us possibly imagined. And I think Jamie's in a world of trouble, isn't he, on that beach? Let's see where he's going to feed back out, because it's surely not going to be the nicest of places to rejoin. I mean, we've got into the hairpin there, pro driver, so he's going to lose that almost certainly. On the inside he's coming. Hesh is going to go through as well. I think Lolin Fox may oversee that one as well. There's definitely a chance. Not guaranteed, but I think it's going to happen. And we've got another car off. I don't think we do, but yeah, rejoining the circuit right now then, and I'm probably a bit disappointed, is going to be Jamie 1. And this is a man who, don't forget, is going to try and defend a potential championship victory. Now, for 5th place in this championship, it's not like the end of the world. If he stays here, he may just be safe. Bear in mind that should our big man, our race leader, Inex Van Panther, come away with the championship victory and he gets 70 points, he'll be 24 points in front. So providing that Jamie scores more than 21 points or 24 points, he's going to be champion. All Jamie has to do is keep that car firmly planted, not keep taking trips to the beach, and he should come away with something special. But to get 24 points is basically 14th position. So as long as he finishes, Jamie should have this wrapped up. It was a slow lap last time before. He's currently in P5, and as we approach the halfway mark now, he's got to try and think that the bigger picture here requires him to not fight with the circuit, not battle for a podium or a top 5, just to bring the car home. And that's as things stand, because you're not taking into account as well that the man in 2nd place, who's pro driver PL, is well out of the mix in terms of this. He's 16th overall. He missed race number 2. Hash 838 as well isn't really going to factor into the fight. Lolin Fox is going to be the next driver that does. He's on 94 points in the championship at the moment. 4th place overall would earn him 58 points. So 94 points, as we say. And then, of course, you'll get 58 on top of that. So you'd end up on a total of, if my math isn't terrible, 152. So Jamie then would need 27 points. Again, that should be fine. So Jamie, all he's going to do really is finish, and he should be okay provisionally. Now, of course, it's all provisional, it's all theoretical, but there is still a big chance here. Van Panther simply has to win. There's no doubt about it. He has to win. It's going to be said, though, that Hash 38 is doing exceedingly well, and another man who might be in a minute is going to be Elite Speedway, because he's all over the back of Luke Sky at the moment. They dive into the hairpin post bridge, and he's almost gone for a move up the inside there, and that was only going to end one way should he have elected to go all out on it. To that hairpin again. Luke Sky very careful about his car positioning. Elite Speedway in that slipstream, making his way through very gracefully indeed. He's just gently pushing, gently applying that pressure. It's a gentle stage of the race, this one. It's a very delicate one indeed. You don't want to lose control here. It will punish you so dearly. You've got to be very theoretical about this. It's more than just a race. This is a test of muscular, physical and emotional endurance, and Elite Speedway trying to push that to his limits, isn't he? As he tries to make this touring car central, it seems. And now back onto the beach they come for yet another lap it's going to be. Keep an eye on how things are going to pan out here then, because there are a lot of things that are going to factor into who wins this race, who comes clear. Van Panther, I'm pretty sure, is going to lap someone by the end of this race. He's 58 seconds clear of the man nearest to him at the moment. 58 seconds of the man closest. That's not even the man who's, you know, last position. That's the man in second place. Pro driver. That is an incredible statistic. Now it's that little back straight again. Pro driver almost lost it through there. That was crazy. I thought he was going to lose it. I thought that car was going to for a moment down onto the beach yet again. Still only one retirement so far. Coming from, two retirements, beg your pardon. Jolly as well, who retired on lap number 11. So 2 laps ago, we saw the retirement of Mr. Jolly. A real shame, but hopefully he'll be back for the next championship, and one that's really going to, again, just add even more excitement into Simraceway. We couldn't even get better than this, I don't think, but my goodness me. We never stop amazing each other, and I don't see this streak ending soon. What an event this is going to turn out to be. You can just see the next championship building on the bridges of this one's already so firmly established. The real question on everyone's lips right now, though, is there potential? Is there potential for these drivers to push their way up the order to catch Van Panther? Is Van Panther going to make an error? Is this race already in the books? What about the remaining positions inside the top 5 and outside of it, of course? Jamie won the flow. A-Costa is still a bit wide there, trying to do it, Van Panther, I think. Nice train building up behind Luke Sky, but Luke Speedway Fusion's there as well, his SDEV teammate bearing in mind. SDEV looking once again to be strong at the moment. They're really taking this seriously in 2015, doing absolutely everything possible to make this their year. They've got plenty of drivers in their roster. See why, can't you? They really have expanded. It's become less of a team and more of a community, hasn't it, SDEV as of late? And I'm sure that's going to be a trend that continues well into 2015 as well. But Tyro P11 and Recross P12, Mr. Jolly P13. Still well out of it at the moment, isn't he? Unfortunately, and taking a little there in the flow, almost lost the car there. We've got to keep an eye on what's going on in that trainer. That's going to be the one to really step it up a level, I think, with Luke Sky 80 having to take it to a whole other level as of right now. The man is disappointing at best at this stage. He's third in the championship. He's really got everything to play for. Getting to inside the top 5. There's big prize money as well, don't forget. This is a $1,000 prize pool. Everyone wants a bit of the action. Everyone wants to be the next big thing. Luke Skies, as we say, consistently in the midfield, third overall, is now potentially losing that to the SDEV boys behind him. A-Course trying to defend Elite Speedway, lost the car there, and there he goes, crashing into the wall. Luckily it's one side and not the other. He hasn't actually lost physical control of that Volkswagen Touareg. There's a quick recovery, and he's knocked down onto the beach. But my goodness me, there's still a long way left to go. Juice and Elite Speedway. Tyro down in ninth has now split them. Luke Sky trying to attack A-Costa. It's all happening towards the lower third of the field. There's no one really trying to attack at the moment. It's all become a more endurance-esque race now, as we said. So everyone trying to take their time, thinking about the laps, thinking about what's at stake. There's much more than just a race at the moment. Flow time now, 2:13.8, a 2:13.6 for Acosta, a 2:12.6 for Luke Sky, Tyro a 2:13.2, and a 2:18.7 for Elite Speedway. Zhuzhen now a 2:18.2, so he is pushing on nicely, and Rico's still there in P12, not giving up. We kind of lost sight of him, didn't we, after what happened previously? And a couple of moments, a couple of scary moments, but let's see him to continue. A 2 minute 27.7 now. He's really not coping well with this sort of pressure, is he? But Zhuzhen, Elite Speedway, Tyro, Luke Sky and Acosta all spread out a bit, but I'm sure we'll see them fight still very much so in the closing stint of this race. Van Panta now, he's lost a bit of time, isn't he, Van Panta? He's 51 seconds clear, so I'm wondering if he's had a bit of a dodgy lap for once. Is the alien has not invincible after? It's still a 2 minute 10, that's faster than I could ever do. He's still flying. We'll see in relation what Pro Driver's going to do. Oh my god, what a drift! I don't know if that ended up on camera, but Pro Driver is just, oh my goodness me, is that Ken blocking the car? There's no wonder why he's gaining a little bit. Pro Driver was pretty much nose on to the apex for the entire corner. So yeah, he is still a bit slower, about 1.6 seconds, but Pro Driver there, that's really putting on a show. If you've got it, flaunt it, and I'm pretty sure he's going to be a very wanted man after that. There'll be a few teams wanting to potentially bring him up into the team, because that was just brilliant as Dawn starts to appear on the circuit yet again. And the drivers now will start to feel a bit more heat inside the tyres, a little bit more confidence start flowing back through them. We just don't know what's going to happen. We don't know how much is really going to start coming into effect now for these drivers. Are they mentally tired? Have they got a bit of fatigue and their arms starting to ache for drivers on wheels? Fingers can quite often lock up after a lot of keyboard pressing if you're new to the game. So the rookies, even if they're on joypads or keyboards, may start feeling a little bit fatigued, start taking their mind off of the car and onto their own problems, whether it's a few finger muscle pains or anything like that. It's easily done when the circuit is punishing. It's not something you want to really do, is it? But now Hashtag 838 is doing a great job in third. Definitely been one of the unsung heroes here today. Third position, he's been there for quite some time. I took a bit of a knock there, and Lolin Fox is looking to maybe take it away. Let's take a look on board with Lolin Fox then and see what his view is currently. He's got a very staggery hair-shaped space ahead of him. And Lolin Fox is really the next man who could be a spanner in the works to Jamie's progress if Van Panta does fall short. Well, surely Lolin Fox is the man to pick up those pieces and become champion, but right now it's a lot more theoretical than hypothetical. Because as they go through down in towards those last few corners again, it's Van Panta that's got the minute-and-a-half advantage. He's showing no signs of giving up that anytime soon. Lolin Fox, that is still an almighty 1 minute 44 seconds behind, and he's still stuck as well behind Hashtag 838. It may not be the end of the world. If he can get on the podium, he'll get a huge chunk of points, but just not quite enough at the moment. But then look at that, the sunrise here at Tropical Island is something to be really, almost photographed and put on Instagram, isn't it? If anyone's looking for a hashtag SRW picky entry, there you go, Tropical Island sunrise. I'm sure that's going to get you your $2.50 gift voucher first prize. And don't forget, there will be Simraceway top 5 moments of the month coming back to the YouTube channel. Obviously, we just want to make sure we get the very best of action on Simraceway. So if you've got any clips you want featured in the Simraceway moments of the month, be sure to upload them to your YouTube channel. It can be an overtake, a crash, perhaps a bit of a moment where you're not too sure what quite happened. But we're going to see some exciting clips in that, I can assure you. It's going to link very well with our hashtag SRW video competition, and one that may well come into effect here and be an entry. Could be this battle between Tyro, Acosta and Luke Sky, who's found himself in a world of trouble yet again. He just can't seem to get a break, can he, Luke Sky? He's been haggled now, the car's all over the place. And he's got two vicious Volkswagen Touaregs right behind him, desperate to ride their own races, and perhaps push themselves back forward. three of them now, line of stern. It's very intense to watch. And let's just see if Acosta's going to have the guts to try and move through here, or if Tyro's going to maybe be a part of this. We said watch out for him. Still relatively new to Simraceway. He's still learning the ropes. Where the ropes on that bridge will be even more intimidating than ever. They all get through. Just about okay. And now through that hairpin again. Tyro doing the very best he can to stay with the two drivers ahead of him. He's got to stay focused. He's got to stay extremely motivated right now. On the outside trying to cut in. As soon as you start getting complacent, this is where it's going to cost you. You've got to be at your very physical and mental peak right now. Can you get to the inside of Acosta is the main question. Acosta drifts it in and Tyro waits on the outside, being much more sensible. Although that may come back to haunt him as Elite Speedway and Zhuzhen are only round the corner. These drivers are making their way towards the end. We've got to see quite an intense end to the race, aren't we? And as Lashias points out, the man who's had his own success here today, things are starting to bunch up. Things starting to get very, very intense indeed right now, and these drivers are starting to look for any possible way through back onto the beach. They look to come for yet another lap. And again, thank you to everyone for tuning in so far, but this is just going to be a spectacular finish at the moment. Through turn number one, Tyro's still attacking Luke, and he's got to think about a very reasonable way of approaching this. If he doesn't, he's going to come back to haunt him very, very soon. And a bit of a wobble there for Tyro, and that may actually allow Acosta a bit of a run through. Lap 18 and 22, so 6 to go almost, as Luke Sky wobbles on the edge. He teeters on the edge of a knife there. See if he's going to fall down onto the beach again. The Joker lap almost is what it is. But Acosta's keeping his head where it needs to be. We've got two groups of drivers now starting to come into fruition. The leader, miles clear at the moment. Lolin Fox has just lost a place. Well, I say lost a place. He's battling very much so with Hesh. We've got Jamie 1 trying to join them as well, so the battle for third underway. Hesh's position could well be in jeopardy, but it's Luke, Tyro and Co that are putting on all the entertainment, all the stuff being pulled out as they go through that hairpin yet again for another time, and what could be one of our most intense finishes to date. I can't see this losing out anytime soon. Luke Sky stays ahead. The flow's only 9 seconds clear, so I think in the very distant background the flow's going to be getting a few echoes of what's going on. Luke Sky's wide, Acosta mounting the inside curve. Hasn't quite paid off for him. The speed that Luke Sky carried through there was almost daunting to watch. He played it beautifully. In the closing few laps of this one, it's called that clutch phase of the race now, isn't it? This is where drivers turn into heroes and heroes can turn into champions. I think Van Mander's going to be the very deserving champion of today, no doubt about it. The man has just been incredibly good. Without a shadow of a doubt in my mind, the man's been on fire. He's never let a single person let him down. And this guy's got to stay motivated. He's got to stay focused. He cannot let Acosta through. As soon as he lets one through, the rest of the drivers may just lose their momentum. Meanwhile, Hesh 38 and Lolin Fox approaching that hairpin again, and Hesh goes wide. Lolin Fox goes through. Side by side contact. Lolin Fox is not off the track. He's off into the distance and onto the podium. Hesh 838 loses it with a bit of contact. He'll be punching himself. The fist will be flying right now. Absolutely gut-wrenching there for Hesh, who's been so deserving of this podium position right now. The man has tried so hard today, and it may just not pay off for him. He's got a long way back to try and fight against Lolin Fox and see if he's got what it takes. It could still be all up in the air. We don't know. There could be a lot more to come from both of these groups. Luke Sky still ahead of Acosta. Tyro's up as well. Zhuzhen somehow spins literally on the edge of the mountain. How he didn't fall off there is beyond me. That was either a sheer amount of luck or a fantastic amount of talent. Fusion almost cost the race there. He almost fell off the cliff and wasn't able to continue down on the beach below and lose even more time, but the group's kind of split up now as Luke Sky, the hunted, becoming the hunter. He's really in pursuit of the flow, isn't he? He was 6 seconds clear. I can tell you for a fact now that's going to come down considerably come the end of this race. The flow's really losing time right now. Shade 38 is now hanging in there, but how much longer? Lollipop has got other ideas of pulling away. Meanwhile, Pro Driver's on his own. Van Panter's on a world of his own. The rest of the field trying to scramble for whatever they can in the final round of the championship. Others want to prove it to themselves. It's only been 3 rounds, remember. So at the end of the day, it's either going to be good to you or it's going to cost you absolutely hugely. If you haven't performed in the first 2 rounds, it's sort of do or die. If you have, and you have a bad run here, it's not the end of the world, and it can prove to be that. Everyone has got to be on top of their game. Enrico's still going in P12 as well, and Tyro's sideways there. He tries to regain on a Costa on the fence somehow. I'm not sure how he's managed to do that, but Tyro mounting the fence for a short moment. Costa up ahead, still trying to bring Luke Sky to his knees, and it's a lot easier said than done as Van Panther starts his penultimate lap of the race. It's going to be a very close finish indeed. No one is safe here. No one's really got this in the books. No one is guaranteed a position. It's going to be a very short, very tense few moments here without a shadow of a doubt. Van Panther keeps his head nice and steady at the moment. Pro Driver in second, third place Lion Fox. Fourth is Hash. Jamie 1, 6th is the Flow. Almost a bit wide there, and that can cost him. Luke Sky, as we say, the hunted has become the hunter, and the Flow has just fell victim to a Luke Sky barrage. He wants the top 6. He's done it before. Been 3 exceedingly good finishes, and the Flow's a bit wide there and sideways. Luke Sky giving it everything he's got to stay with him. We're into the final 2.5 laps of racing. Tyro all over the back of A Costa currently as well. Torres from 6th to 9th at the moment, and there's one on the inside there struggling. That's A Costa. And the 2 pairings may well become the big quartet yet again. Don't forget, as usual, in the background's already made a couple of errors. Luke Sky on the inside. He's going to run out of stuff. I was going to say road there, but I think the wrong word to use, isn't it? But they're onto the beach. And Luke Sky is intensely penultimate lap of the race. Can he get a run alongside? He's got to try a move into turn number 1. Has he got the pace over the jump? Not quite, but he's directly behind, picking up a nice slipstream as they make their way through the first apex for the penultimate time. A 2:12.2 from Luke, a 2:14 from the Flow. To the outside goes Luke. He's looking at every given opportunity, the windows of opportunity though, slamming shut around him as the Flow tries to end it before it's even started. He's going to try and be doing something here, isn't he? He really is going to be trying to move something forward. Every single driver right now is pushing their way into a new sense of motivation, a new sense of belonging that only racing drivers can get to, isn't it? Where you give over 100% and you just see red and you become this animal inside the vehicle. It's just like a Jaguar taking control, and that's not a put on the car manufacturer, but Luke Sky's got a lot of work to do should he need to overtake the Flow, who's defending exceedingly well. Same with Tyro and A Costa, although those two have split a bit, and what a run it could be for Enrico's down in P12. He's fought bravely after 46 minutes of despair. The man's been out of action. He's been in more incidents than anyone else. He was looking so strong early on, and he now may get a bit of redemption as Elite Speedway goes wide. They're almost side by side as they go over the bridge, and that's never going to end well, is it? As Enrico's is trying everything he can to fly through, and Elite Speedway defending with everything he's got right now. Final lap of the race is underway for Van Panther, and he's catching these two. It's not what the race leader needs. Catching traffic at this circuit is essentially Just like opening a packet of gone-off sweets and hoping not to get a stomachache. Van Panda is going to be praying to the racing gods they don't interfere right now. I think one of them's gone off, I think one of them's on the beach. You've got two of them are on the beach. The Flo and Luke Sky are both on the beach. 3 of them. Tyro's there as well as they enter the first quarter, so they start their 22nd lap. As Van Panda comes towards the end of his race, and Elite Speedway spins out of the way, which is a blessing for Van Panda, because his work here has done one of the most dominant displays of the season. Could well see him become one of the most dominant champions of all time. He missed out on Giza. He was not present for round 1 of the championship. Stormed into Brno and took a victory. And as we enter the final round, the checkered flag is out. Van Panda wins again. It's 2 out of 2. 140 points and a championship crown. Van Panda wins the final round of your off-road and touring championship. And he may well become the champion. But Jamie 1 has got to finish first. It may not be as straightforward as we think. Because it's all provisional. Jamie still had a big advantage. We can't officially announce anything just yet. Pro Driver may just take second. Nolin Fox gains on him right at the bitter end. And this is going to be an intense end to the race, isn't it? Pro Driver takes second just ahead of third place Nolin Fox. So Pro Driver loses a bit of time, but he gains a podium. Great run there by Pro Driver. Third place to Nolin Fox. #838 drove valiantly. Couldn't quite end up on the podium after a couple of errors. But what a run it was. 5th place for Jamie. This is where the battle begins now. Luke Sky 6th, Tyro 7th, the Flo in 8th position. Acosta's in 9th and a bit too far away, but these drivers entering that final part, the most important. Tyro trying to overtake Luke and get 6th place back before it's too late. The Flo having dropped to 8th place. We've got the battle through, and Luke Sky taking a wider line. Tyro trying to cut underneath, and it's never going to work through there, is it? Battles all the way down the order, and I think Luke Sky may just steal a victory here. He may just steal 6th place. And the Flo's going to have to settle for 8th. He's lost both places right at the end, don't forget about. And Ritos and Elite Speedway, but that's got an entire lap to develop. So we'll keep an eye on that in a minute. But Luke Sky comes home in 6th. He'll feel a bit gratified after a terrible start. He recovered very well. Tyro takes 7th, 8th place the Flo. 9th Acosta, 10th is Yushin. And Rikos and Elite Speedway about to come towards the end of their battle now. The SDEV Star is trying to go up the inside, and Rikos, who's having to come back underneath. It's side by side here. We always say the finale's end with a bang, and here we go. It's a last chance saloon for Elite Speedway. Can he get to the inside? He's doing everything he can, and he can't quite do it. Enricos leads onto the beach. He goes a bit wide. It's side by side over the start-finish line. Do not scratch your eyes. Elite Speedway overtakes Enricos right at the end. And the heartbreak is going to be echoing around his cockpit. Enricos came so close to recovering from such a disappointing start. But Elite Speedway still has won at the end. 13th for Jolly and 14th for Cortese. I need to get my breath back. Wow, what a championship and what a final round. The 500 to 900 Skillquant performed absolutely brilliantly, and I'll tell you what, 2015 could well be the year of that Skillquant. 500 to 900 has become so exciting as of recently as well, but bearing in mind that the 900 to 1100 is just unexplainable. It's unpredictable. It is something you do not see anywhere else. Only Simraceway could make this sort of event, and it could be this successful. $1,000 total prize pool, and in turn we've seen some of the most breathtaking action I've ever witnessed. And I think I probably won't be talking for a solid 3 weeks after this event. But it's got to be said, a massive, massive thank you to our events administrator, Kosako, for thinking up this genius idea to pay tribute to Tom Coronel and his adventures at the Dakar Rally, and every other driver who finished there as well. A massive congratulations to them. But Tom Coronel, who went to Dakar, we gave them Giza. He comes obviously back to defend a World Touring Car Championship legacy. We went to Brno with those cars and saw some brilliant touring car action in a circuit which saw Tom Coronel overtake many of his championship rivals back in 2011. And then, of course, we came here today a brand new circuit in Simraceway with the Volkswagen Touareg, and it delivered beyond our furthest of expectations. Our events administrator is one of the most insanely clever people in this business. Absolutely remarkably well done to come up with that sort of championship there. And again, he does so much work behind the scenes. And we said it last week, the man lives, eats, breathes and sleeps Simraceway. He's a true credit, and it's what makes this company and what makes this game what it is. What makes this community so strong is all the effort that man puts in. So again, a massive thank you there. Thanks to our cameraman as well. You may have noticed over the past couple of weeks the broadcast has had a complete overhaul in terms of both layout, presentation, the overall package, and the standings, the predictions, the qualifying results, and a lot of that, in fact nearly all of it, is down to our cameraman Dimitri, who puts in so much effort into giving us the most professional broadcast possible. Dimitri, hats off to you. You really are a credit to Simraceway and a massive inspiration as to how motivated people really can get. You're a real attribute to Simraceway here. Someone who you're a real credit, honestly. I'm lost for words after tonight, but this has been brilliant and a lot of it's down to you. So thank you to Dimitri for making this entire broadcast what it is, because if it was anyone else, we would lose so much presentation. Dimitri is some real special talent now. He really is. And again, thank you to all of you guys, the drivers and everyone who's taken part, whether you've won a championship this weekend, whether you've crashed and burned, or whether you've just done a quick event. You guys are the Simraceway community we do this for. We wake up on a Sunday and we think, you know, we're going to give the best broadcast of our life today to make sure you guys at home get what you deserve, and you deserve the very best. So thank you to everyone in Simraceway, and a massive shout out as well to everyone at the PDC, to our CEO Jonathan Haswell, to Simon, to all of our accounts team, Paul and Rico, our instructors, all the engineering team. They all do so well to give us such a great game, and it's only going to get better into 2015. So from myself, Liam Jenkins, I'm forever in all of your debts, because you make this such an experience on a Sunday, and I can't wait to see what we have planned next week. But I know this, it's going to go off with a bang. Thank you so much from me, Liam Jenkins. I'll see you next Sunday.